I was walking far away, following back away, but your love kept calling me. You said, child, don't go astray. Teshuvah, it means repent, turning back to you again. Teshuvah, I leave the night, ooh, and walk with you in truth and light. With a humble heart I pray, Yahuwah leads the way. Yahuwah, I'm returning to walk in all you say. Teshuvah, it means repent, the night and walk with you in truth and light. No more chains, no more shame. I'm restored in Yahushua's name. From the wrong, I turn away. Teshuvah, I choose your way. Teshuvah, it means repent, oh yeah, turning back to you again, oh yeah, Teshuvah, I give my all, answering your mercy's call, Teshuvah, Teshuvah, I'm turning back to you. I'm turning back to you.
Okay.
Now when we can get them stayed there, because I got all those trees. Remember I was talking about?
Okay.
Now I need to also forgive me.
No, go ahead.
I need
Look
to
my glasses.
okay.
I'm listening.
I need to also fix the eye tunnel because it's been 4 seasons that we've been growing out of there, and the soil's depleted. So now anything I sow in there, nothing's it's not rich enough to grow anything. So I need to use this season.
Get a list together.
So that was like a lot.
Get a list together.
Okay.
Get a list together. Let the family know what it is you need.
Okay.
Or Telegram.
Okay.
Then you ask me about a greenhouse or something to start your starlings. You can use this. My greenhouse too.
Okay.
I don't know. We'll talk about it soon.
Okay.
Anything you need, just.
Because I can't grow in there, I have to fix that one. I got to completely like pull. I don't like to pull lumps of off, but I need to.
All right, so what we'll do, we'll put it on the group. We'll have maybe make Sunday, the ladies will come in, whoever kids, clean the greenhouse.
Yeah.
So are you like in other words, like starting over?
Yeah, rebuilding. Yeah, rebuilding because the soul is depleted. So anything I sow in there is not like, well, we need to be broken.
Then you gotta try to add something.
Right, it needs to be replenished. I need to add way more elements. You only working with clay. Clay is one mineral. We need like 17 to 20 different minerals.
All right, we'll talk some more after the line.
Okay.
There's something I had to ask you. I'm going to need help with the sound.
Okay.
So, I'll be calling you.
Okay. And okay.
All right.
And then I also need help with putting my fence up.
Okay.
Now, Brother Howard is basically giving me 10 days.
Okay, we'll work that in the schedule. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, Josette. Josette, I'm on the line. All right, what's the problem? You're still asleep.
No, not there's no respect here.
You're still asleep. Okay.
He's such a good job.
When do women come in here?
Come over here, if you all want to talk stuff for you. And I'm gonna tell her, I'll take this right, but he's
Josette, you still
because he don't
asleep.
like it.
You still asleep.
And you just told her that you want her. She'll be in here and I will be at work, and everybody thinks that's very to
Josette, you still asleep.
this is actually stuff, but God, that you want to tell me that.
You still asleep, Jose? I'm on a live. Okay. Okay. I'm on a live, Jose. I'm trying to do a live. I'm trying to do a live. Yes, I did. I'm trying to do a live. Shalom, family. Shalom, shalom. All hail, all hail to the king, my brother. Sorry about yesterday. Broke my glasses, the frame, and had to epoxy them back. Bought some readers, could barely read. All right, where do we leave off? I'm going to start with the Urantia. That's what happens when you're unequally yoked, but you just have to deal with it. Now, the Urantia, like most other books, they put their names on our records and claim them. It is written by, it is written to us on earth by a Melchizedek priest and maybe a couple others. And they use our language to describe something in a more, from more advanced realms. So our language can't fully describe what they're trying to tell us. And at times when the person, the narrator, is explaining something to you, he doesn't fully understand because only God has all the knowledge. So he'll tell you that his knowledge is limited of the subject because he has many created beings and they belong to many different cores, many different pieces of the organization. I guess that those 6 solar flares have been having an effect.
Telling the truth and shaming the devil really does work. It used to be worse than that. Chapter 5, The Secrets of the Temple. In obedience to the Torah, the teachings of the high priest of Israel, Kohen Gadol, the high priest. Now, I'm going to give some explanation from your rancher in reference to high priest. Some precepts. And that's your rancher, paper 4, chapter 3, verse 2. Give me a minute there. The paper is titled God's Relation to the Universe. Three is titled God's Unchanging Character. All right. So we're not going to start with high priest. We're going to start with the Lucifer rebellion. The eternal God is incapable of wrath and anger in the sense of these human emotions. As man understands such reactions, these sentiments are mean and despicable. They are hardly They are hardly worthy of being called human, much less divine. And such attitudes are utterly foreign to the perfect nature and gracious character of the universal Father. I'm going to reread that. The eternal God is incapable of wrath and anger in the sense of these human emotions, and as man understands such reactions. These sentiments are mean and despicable. They are hardly worthy of being called human, much less divine. And such attitudes are utterly foreign to the perfect nature and gracious character of the universal Father. Much, very much of the difficulty which Urantia, which is earth, mortals, have in understanding God is due to the far-reaching consequences of the Lucifer rebellion and the Calagasta betrayal. Calagasta is one of his lieutenants. I'll keep reading. I'll explain. On worlds not segregated by sin, the evolutionary races, human beings, well, I shouldn't say just human beings because all right, are able to formulate far better ideas of the universal Father. Let me reread that. On worlds segregated by sin, the evolutionary races are able to formulate far better ideas of a universal Father. They suffer less from confusion, distortion, and the perversion of concept. God repents of nothing. He has never done, now does, or ever will do. He is perfect. He doesn't repent of anything. He is all wise, as well as all powerful. Man's wisdom grows out of the trials and errors of human experience. God's wisdom consists in the unqualified perfection of his infinite universe light. And this divine knowledge effectively directs the creative free will. This knowledge directs creative free will. He gives all of us free will. He did not create automatons. The universal Father never does anything that causes consequence, sorrow, or regret. But the will creatures of the planning and making of his creator personalities in the outlying universes, by their unfortunate choosing sometimes occasion emotions of divine sorrow in the choosing, in the personalities. Let me go back over that. The universal Father. Make sure I'm on point here. Yep, 2. Okay. Well, I wasn't supposed to go that far. Let me go ahead. The universal Father never does anything that causes subsequent sorrow or regret because he's perfect. But the will creatures of the planning and making of his creator personalities in the outlying universes by their unfortunate choosing sometimes occasion emotions of divine sorrow in personalities of their creator parents. Like Pistis Sophia had a regret because she thought outside the Father's will. But though the Father neither makes mistakes, harbors regret, nor experiences sorrows, he is a being with a Father's affection. He lets you use your will. He loves you. If you do the wrong thing and you're his, you'll regret doing what's his will. The monad was created against his will. He said, let it happen so that Yaldabaoth, but because the Father knew, let me go back, because Yaldabaoth used his will to think he was the only created being when there was the Most High above him, and then Satan used his will against the Father. But there always has to be a negative in existence to oppose the good. But though the Father neither makes mistakes, harbor regrets, nor experience sorrows, he is a being with a Father's affection. He loves you no matter what you choose to do. His heart is undoubtedly grieved when his children fail to attain spiritual levels they are capable of reaching with the assistance which he has been so freely provided by the spiritual attainment plans and the mortal ascension policies of the universe. All right. Let's go to, let's see, that's 3. Okay, let's go here. We're on paper 7. And we're going to read one. Paper 7 is titled Relation of the Eternal Son to the Universe. Relation of the Eternal Son to the universe. That is Christ. He is the eternal Son. Let me see. I was going to do just 6. I got time. You don't, Satan. The original Son. Hey, Satan. Does this feel like the Truman Show? Relation of the eternal Son to the universe. The original Son is ever concerned with the execution of the spiritual aspects of the Father's eternal purpose as it progressively unfolds into the phenomena of the evolving universes with their manifold groups of living beings, many levels of living beings, do not fully comprehend this eternal plan, but the Paradise Son undoubtedly does. The Son is like the Father in that he seeks to bestow everything possible of himself upon his coordinate sons and upon their subordinate sons. And the sons share the Father's self-distributive nature in the unstinted bestowal of himself upon the infinite spirit, their conjoined executives. We are Christ and Melchizedek are conjoined executives. Let me go to 6. The Paradise Sons of God. The lack of a knowledge of the multiple sons of God is a source of great confusion on Urantia, Earth. I'm going to replace Urantia with Earth from now on. This ignorance persists in the face of such statements as a record of a conclave of these divine personalities. That's where when the sons of God proclaimed joy and all the morning stars sang together, that's when we agreed to the plan of the cosmic gospel. Every millennium of sector standard time, the various orders of the divine sons foregather for their periodic conclaves. The eternal Father is the personal source of the adorable attributes of mercy. The eternal Son is the personal source of the adorable attributes of mercy and service. He likes teaching these things to his other brothers and sisters, Christ. The eternal Son is the personal source of the adorable attributes of mercy and service, which so abundantly characterize all orders of descending sons of God. There are many orders of descending sons of God that have to go through this process of learning good from evil. Creator sons, paradise sons, and Christ has done over 611,000 bestowals in these super universes to obtain the knowledge that he has, and he is now the bright and morning star. You go down to I'm going to describe it like this. His regenerations, he's incognito. Nobody there knows who he is. And this is part of the ever ascending journey to perfection. They're all schools and university to obtain this knowledge. And let me see if I can explain it. It's much more than getting, okay, over time, you get say a PhD in service. It might take you 1,000 years to get a PhD in service. It might take 1,000 years to get a degree, or 5,000 years to get a degree in mercy. Now, Christ forever has been a servant. Everything that he's learned and he's taught, now he's a servant to teach his other brothers and sisters on 7 trillion other occupied worlds. And they're all following him to obtain that bright and morning star status. So the never-ending expansion of the world, that's the best way I can explain it. Hopefully you can comprehend that it's a school in 7 trillion worlds. So it's been going on for a long, long time. And it will continue to go on for a long, long time. Facing evil is just a bump in eternity. This rebellion from Lucifer is just a bump. And I had a thought last night, but I'll tell it later. The original, let's see, where did I leave off? Let's go back here. The eternal Son unfailingly transmits to the paradise sons who go out from the eternal isle, which is paradise, right, to reveal his divine character to the universes. Just what I said. The original and eternal Son is the offspring person of the first thought of the universal Father. Every time the universal Father and the eternal Son jointly project a new, original, identical, unique, and absolute personal thought, these are all thoughts. Like Pistis Sophia just had a thought. He created the world and us with a thought. Watch your thoughts. Every time the universal Father and the eternal Son jointly project a new, original, identical, and absolute personal thought, that the very instant this creative idea is perfectly and finally personalized in the being and personality of a new and original creator Son, in spirit, nature, and divine wisdom and coordinated creative power, these creative sons are potentially equal with God the Father and God the Son. That's where they created me, Melchizedek. They had a thought. Let me read back over that. You might get a better idea. Every time the universal Father and the eternal Son jointly project a new, original, identical, unique, and absolute personal thought, that very instant, this creative idea is perfectly and finally personalized in the being and personality of a new and original creator Son. in spirit, nature, divine wisdom, in spirit, nature, divine wisdom, and coordinate creative power. These creator sons are potentially equal with the God, the Father, and God, the Son. God, the Father, Ahia, God, the Son, Yeshaya. The creator sons go out from paradise into the universes of time, and with the cooperation of the controlling and creative agencies of the third source and center, complete the organization of the local universes of progressive evolution. We are the universes, we are the local universe of progressive evolution. These sons are not attached to, nor are they concerned with, the central and universal controls of matter, mind, and spirit, because he has other beings for that. Hence, are they limited in their creative acts by pre-existence, priority, and primacy of the first source and center, and his coordinate absolutes. These sons are able to administer only that which they bring into existence. Absolute administration is inherent in priority of existence and is inseparable from eternity of presence. The Father remains primal in the universes. Much of the Creator's sons are personalized by the Father and the Son, so are the magisterial sons. Personalized by the Son and the Spirit. At this point, Michael is a magisterial son. Because he has not obtained Emmanuel's level. Much as the Creator's sons are personalized by the Father and the Son, so are the magisterial sons personalized by the Son and the Spirit. The Holy Spirit. Hence giving different attributes. These are the sons who, in experience of creation, incarnate, earn the right to serve as judges of survival in the creations of time and space. They created you, and they're going to judge you. They've earned the right. The Father, Son, and Spirit also unite to personalize the versatile Trinity teacher sons. That's another core of sons. Paradise sons, creator sons, Trinity teacher sons. The Father, Son, and Spirit also unite to personalize a versatile Trinity teacher sons who range the grand universe as the supernal teachers of all personalities, human and divine. And there are numerous other orders of paradise sonship that have not been brought to the attention of earth mortals. Between the original mother sun and these hosts of paradise sons scattered throughout all creation, there is a direct and exclusive channel of communication, a channel whose function is inherent in the quality of spiritual kinship, which unites them in bonds of near absolute spiritual association. This intern sonship circuit, all these schools, when you go in, it's an internship until you get your PhD. It's named something else, I'm sure, but this internship circuit is entirely different from the universal circuit of spirit gravity, which also centers in a person of the second source and center. All sons of God who make origin in the persons of the paradise deities are in direct and constant communication with the eternal mother sun. And such communication is instantaneous. It is independent of time, though sometimes conditioned by space. The eternal Son not only has at all times perfect knowledge concerning the status, thoughts, and manifold activities. Let me stop there. Manifold activities. Manifold activities is, let me give an example. Christ came down here to teach his disciples, and he came down to lay down his life. Those were two manifold services, but there could be more than one purpose for why the eternal Son or another being is here. But in this instance, we're talking about the eternal Son. The eternal Son not only has at times perfect knowledge concerning the status, thoughts, and manifold activities of all orders of paradise sonship, but he also has perfection of knowledge at all times regarding everything of spiritual value. Why? Because he's learned these things over millennial, over eternity, which exists in the hearts of all creatures in the primary central creation of eternity and in the secondary time creations of the co-coordinate sons. Where are we here? Okay. 7. The supreme revelation of the Father. The eternal Son is a complete, exclusive, universal, and final revelation of the Spirit and the personality of the universal Father. Let me read that back to you. The eternal Son is a complete, exclusive, universal, and final revelation of the Spirit and personality of the universal Father. He had a thought, and then he was a revelation. All knowledge of and information concerning the Father must come from the eternal Son and his paradise sons. The eternal Son is from eternity and is wholly and without spiritual qualification one with the Father. In divine personality, they are coordinate in spiritual nature. they are equal. In divinity, they are identical. The character of God could not possibly or intrinsically improve upon in the person, my eyesight, in the person of the Son. For the divine Father is infinitely perfect, but the character and the personality are amplified. The character of God could not possibly be intrinsically improved upon by the person of the Son. The character of God could not possibly be intrinsically improved upon by the person of the Son. For the divine Father is infinitely perfect, but the character and personality are amplified by divestment of the non-personal and non-spiritual for the revelation of the creature beings. The first source and center is much more than personality, but all of the spirit qualities of the Father, personality of the first choice and center. That's where where he's headquartered. The first source and center. Let me stop there for a second. On this earth, people argue over the name of Christ, and he's called by many different names. On all the other worlds, the eternal Son is called by the 7 trillion occupied worlds. In all those worlds, they call him something different. And if I hit upon it later, in different super universes, they have different names for the Father because they're a lot more advanced than us. They show it to you in some of your movies, the Star Trek movies. But it's a lot more in depth than that. Satan knows where he came from, that he came from eternity, from perfection. Satan, if I can remember correctly, had part creation in 607 occupied worlds. This universe is, he had a making in 607 occupied universes. This universe we're in is number 606, and if I'm not mistaken, it's called Satania. Satan knows he came from perfection, and his selfishness has dropped us down to a level of barbarity that you can't imagine. But let me not lose the thought. But that's how we learn from his mistakes, his bad thoughts. Our big brother, most little brothers learn from their big brother's mistakes. Let me hit the last sentence in this last paragraph. Okay. Even we of high origin understand, high understanding, those of high origin, Christ. Again, this is the narrator. And we of high origin understand the Father much more fully as we study the revelation of his character and personality in the eternal Son and in the sons of the eternal Son. The Father comes down to you as a personality only through the divine sons of the eternal Son. And you attain the Father by this same living way. You ascend to the Father by the guidance of this group of divine sons. And this remains true, notwithstanding that your very personality is a direct bestowal of the universal Father. In all these widespread activities of the far-flung spiritual administration of the eternal Son, do not forget that the Son is a person, just as truly and actuality as the Father is a person. Indeed, so do beings of the one-time human order. The eternal Son will be more easily to approach. Let me go back over that. Indeed, of beings of the one-time human order, the eternal Son will be more easily to approach than the universal Father. In the progress of the pilgrims of time, which we are, through the circuits of Havana, heaven, you will be competent to attain the Son long before you are prepared to discern the Father. As you obtain, when we come out of this flesh, they have resurrection chambers. And if I can remember, the resurrection chambers each hold a couple million souls. You die, your soul goes over to the resurrection chamber, they wake you up. You meet your parents or your loved ones, y'all chat it up. Then they have 5 mansion worlds. You have to hit each level. At the 3rd level is let me speak a little louder. At the 3rd level is the bar of judgment, where you're going to be judged. Now, each one of those levels, after you are resurrected, the material that you're made of, you're not flesh anymore. It's called Morancha. I think it's called Morant. Well, it'll come up. It's called Morancha. When you start to go into above the judgment, the 3rd mansion world, you start to become celestial, and the material that you're made of is something else. As you obtain these levels, let me drop back down to now, you get your Morancha material out of the resurrection chamber, and you can see the other beings that are there. You'll also see some other spiritual beings that you have not been able to see down here. And as you obtain more spirituality, I can go to a long story about this. As you attain more spirituality, you're able to see spiritual beings, certain level of spiritual beings consistently. You may see, and it's never ending until you reach the 8th level. And then you hit paradise. You'll be able to notice all the spiritual beings when you reach paradise. The Father comes down to you. We already read that. It's going to say what I just said. In all these widespread activities, in the far-flung, did we read that already? Yep. More of the character and merciful nature of the eternal Son of mercy you should comprehend. As you meditate in the revelation of these divine attributes, which was made in a loving service of your own Creator Son, one time Son of Man on earth, now the exalted sovereign of your local universe, the Son of Man and the Son of God. Paper 8. The Infinite Spirit. Back in eternity, when the universal Father's first infinite and absolute thought finds in the eternal Son such a perfect and adequate word, such a perfect and adequate word for its divine expression. Back in eternity, when the universal Father's first infinite and absolute thought finds in the eternal Son such a perfect and adequate word for its divine expression, there ensues the supreme desire of both the thought of God and the word of God. He thought and spoke his eternal Son into existence for a universe and infinite agent, Christ, of mutual expression and combined action. In the dawn of eternity, both the Father and the Son become infinitely cognizant of their mutual interdependency, their eternal and absolute oneness in this priesthood. And therefore, do they enter into an infinite and everlasting covenant of divine partnership. This never-ending compact is made for the execution of their united concepts throughout all the circle of eternity. Let me finish the sentence. And ever since this eternity event, the Father and the Son continue in this divine union. The Melchizedek flag is 3 concentric circles on an Asher blue background. Let me show it to you. Hold on. Ah, goodness. That's the Melchizedek banner flag. And the Lucifer banner flag it looks almost like the Japanese flag. There's a black dot on a red background with a white circle, almost like a what do you call it? The bullseye. The bullseye, Satan, huh? Is that your banner? You gonna put it up? You reread that. Back in eternity, when the universal Father's first infinite and absolute thought finds in the eternal Son such a perfect and adequate word, perfect and adequate word for its divine expression, there ensues the supreme desire of both the thought of God and the word of God for a universal and infinite agent of mutual expression and combined action. Okay, we drop down there. Let's go drop down. Third paragraph. We are now face to face with eternity of the infinite spirit and the third person of divinity. The very instant that God the Father and God the Son conjointly conceive an identical and infinite action, the execution of an absolute thought plan. That very moment, the infinite spirit springs full-fledgedly into existence. The Father had a thought. He created the eternal Son. And that very moment, the infinite spirit springs full-fledgedly into existence. In thus reciting the origin of deities, I do so merely to enable you to think of their relationship. In reality, they are all three existent from eternity. They are existential. They are without beginning or ending of days. They are coordinate, supreme, ultimate, absolute, and infinite. They are and always have been and ever shall be. And they are three distinctly individualized but eternally associated persons: God the Father, God the Son, God the Spirit. Okay, we're going to drop down to 53. That's in part 2, local universes. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to read all of 53. Yeah. Yep. Paper 53, the Lucifer Rebellion. Lucifer was a bright, primary Landiandak son of Nebadon. That's another order of sonship. Lucifer was a bright and primary Landiandak son of Nebadon. Nebadon is this super universe that we live in. He had experienced service in many systems. He had been a high counselor of his group and distinguished for wisdom, sagacity, and efficiency. Lucifer was number 37 of his order, and when commissioned by the Melchizedeks, he was designated as one of the 100 most able and brilliant personalities in more than 7,000 of his kind. From such a magnificent beginning, let me see if these glasses will do better. Hold on. All right, let them take hold for a second. There we go. Man. Where are we? All right. Just might as well start again. Lucifer was a brilliant. Lucifer was a brilliant primary Lananandek son of Nebadon. He had experienced service in many systems, had been a high counselor of his group, and was distinguished for wisdom, sagacity, and efficiency. Lucifer was number 37 of his order, and when commissioned by the Melchizedeks, he was designated as one of the 100 most able and brilliant personalities in more than 700,000 of his kind. From such a magnificent beginning, through evil and error, he embraced sin and now is numbered as one of the 3 system sovereigns. In Nebadon, who have succumbed to the urge of self and surrendered to the sophricity of superstitious personal liberty. In the future, I got to get some sisters to help me with this channel. It's killing me. From such a magnificent beginning, through evil, error, he embraced sin and now is numbered as one of the 3 system sovereigns in Nebadon, who have succumbed. Now let's remember that. One of the 3 system sovereigns. Where did I put that? Let me stop right there. It'll give us more clarity. Okay, I stopped at 53. Let's see if I can find this. Here it is. Boom, 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 boom. Come on. Okay. All right, here we go. This will help.
1,000 world.
didn't save all of it. All right, I'm just going to go ahead and read it. It cut off where in the Urantia this is. The organization of super universes. Only the Universal Father knows the location and the number of inhabited worlds in space. He calls them all by name and number. I can give only an approximate number of inhabited or inhabitable planets. For some local universes have more worlds suitable for intelligent life than others, nor have all projected local universes been organized. Therefore, the estimates which I offer are solely for the purpose of affording some idea of the immensity of the material creation. There are 7 super universes in the grand universe, and they are constituted approximately as follows. This system, the basic unit of the super government, consists of about 1,000 inhabited. This is the definition of the system. Let me go back. There are 7 super universes in the grand universe. They are constituted approximately as follows. The system, the basic unit. Okay, the basic unit and let me stop there. This is the system. The system is based in eternity. And this is a small speck of it, which he calls the system. It's just a speck in the rest of space. The system, the basic unit of the super government, consists of 1,000 I'll correct it later. The basic unit of the super government consists of 1,000 inhabited and inhabitable worlds. Okay, he's working his way up to super universes. All right. He calls them all by name and number. We can give only an approximate number of inhabited and inhabitable planets for some so-called local universes. And have more worlds suitable for intelligent life than others. Nor have all projected local universes been organized. Therefore, the estimates which I offer are solely for the purpose of affording an idea of immensity of material creation. There are 7 super universes in the grand universe, and they constitute a proximity as follows. We read that. We're going to jump down to constellations. The constellation. 100 systems, about 100,000 inhabitable planets. So each constellation holds about 100,000 inhabitable planets. Each constellation has an architectural headquarters sphere and is presided over by 3 Varandadak suns, another order. Each constellation has an architectural headquarters sphere, which is presided over by 3 Verandadok suns. And I'll show you a chart later. Let me show you a chart first. Maybe you can take a screenshot of it.
One major sector, one.
All right. Yeah, okay. Let's see if I can get it in there. There we go. It's coming in. Screenshot that. All right. 2. The constellation. 100 systems. About 100,000 inhabited planets make up a constellation. Each constellation has an architectural headquarters sphere and is presided over by 3 Verandadok suns, the Most Highs. Each constellation also has a faithful of days in observation and an ambassador of the Paradise Trinity. 3. The local universe. 100 constellations, about 10,000, about 10 million inhabitable planets constitute a local universe. Each local universe has a magnificent architectural headquarter world and is ruled by one of the coordinate creator sons of God of the order of Michael. Each universe is blessed by the presence of a union of days, a representative of the Paradise Trinity. 4. The minor sector, 100 local universes, about 1 million inhabitable planets constitute a minor sector of the super universe government. It has a wonderful headquarter world, where from its rulers, the regents of days, administer the affairs of the minor sector. There are 3 regents of days, supreme Trinity personalities, on each minor sector headquarters. 5. The minor sector, 100 minor sectors, about 100 million inhabitable worlds, make one major sector. Each major sector is provided with a superb headquarters and is presided over by 3 perfection of days, supreme Trinity personalities. 6. The super universes. 10 major sectors in a super universe. About, what is this? Is this a billion? Yeah, a billion. No, a trillion. The super universe, 10 sectors in it, 1 trillion inhabitable planets constitute a super universe. Hence, there's 7 trillion inhabitable planets. At some point in eternity, because we don't know when this book was written. Each super universe is provided with an enormous and glorious headquarters world, and is ruled by 3 ancients of days. Wow, okay, I just got that one. 3 ancients of days in each super universe. So that's 21. You can figure out certain things through this knowledge by numbers. You see a pattern of things. That's how I know that the Father has 144,000 wives. You see a pattern of things. Everything is patterns. 7, the grand universe. 7 super universes make up the present organized grand universe. So consisting of approximately 7 trillion inhabitable worlds, plus the architectural spheres and the 1 billion inhabitant spheres of Havana. Now, at the headquarters, Havana, there's 1 billion inhabited spheres. At the headquarters in Havana, there's 1 billion inhabited spheres. The super universes are ruled and administered indirectly and relatively from paradise by the 7 master spirits. The billion worlds of Havana are directly administered by the eternals of days. One such supreme Trinity personality presiding over each of these perfect spheres, including the paradise Havana spheres. The plan of the universe organization provides for the following units. And that's what you got the printout for. And I don't know if this was cut out, so let me hit this. All as such. Okay, we are. All right, now let's go back to 53. All right. Where are we? Where'd I leave off? 53, where? Do. All right, let me just read it again. Lucifer was a bright. That's just, oh, I know why I hit that, to just let you know what Lucifer is contending with. He's a speck. We love you, brother, but Lucifer was a. Let me not waste time. In the universe of Nebadon, the domain of Christ Michael, there are 10,000 systems of inhabited worlds. In all the history of Lananandak's sons, in all their work throughout these thousands of systems, and at the universe headquarters, only 3 system sovereigns have ever been found in contempt of the government of the Creator's Son. The leaders of the rebellion. 1. This is 1. Repeat 53 and 1. The leaders of the rebellion. Lucifer was not an ascendant being. Okay, because Lucifer was not an ascendant being. He was a created son of the local universe. And of him was said, he was perfect. You were perfect in all your ways from the day you were created till the unrighteousness was found in you. Many times had he been in council with the Most High's of Edentia. These names you're getting, the repeated names, the pattern, Edentia, Eden. As above, so below. You were perfect in all your ways from the day you were created till unrighteousness was found in you. Many ways, many times had he been in council with the Most Highs of Edentia, and Lucifer reigned upon the holy mountain of God, the administrative mount of Jerusalem, the administrative mount of Jerusalem. Jerusalem here was a holy mountain, but in the kingdom, it's the administrative mount. The administrative mount of Jerusalem, for he was the chief executive of the great system of 607 inhabited worlds. Lucifer was a magnificent being, a brilliant personality. He stood next to the Most High Fathers in the constellations in the direct line of universe authority. Notwithstanding Lucifer's transgression, subordinate intelligence refrained from showing him disrespect and disdain prior to Michael's bestowal on earth. Even the archangel Michael, at the time of Moses' resurrection, did not bring against him an accusing judgment. Even the archangel Michael, at the time of Moses, they're explaining it to you at a time. Some of you will understand. The narrator is explaining from a different time and dimension. He's going back and forth between earth and the spiritual realm. So let me reread that. Lucifer was a magnificent being, a brilliant personality. He stood next to the Most High Fathers of the constellations in the direct line of universe authority. Notwithstanding Lucifer's transgression, subordinate intelligences refrained from showing him disrespect and disdain prior to Michael's bestowal on earth. Even the archangel Michael, at the time of Moses' resurrection, did not bring against him an accusing judgment, but simply said, "The judge rebuke you." Judgment in such matters belongs to the Ancients of Days, the rulers of the super universe. Lucifer had a problem because he didn't want to come down here and experience flesh. He had a problem with Moses' resurrection. So his subordinates, those who noticed it, they just said, "May the judge rebuke you," because he was speaking against what was the Father's will. Lucifer is now the falling and deposed sovereign of Satania. Self-contemplation is most disastrous, even to the exalted personalities of the celestial world. he had a self thoughts of contempt. Of Lucifer it said, your heart was lifted up because of your beauty. Your corruption, you corrupted your wisdom because of your brightness. Your olden prophet saw his sad estate when he wrote, how are you fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How are you cast down, you who dared to confuse the worlds? Very little was heard of Lucifer on your rancher, owning to the fact that he assigned to his first lieutenant Satan to advocate his cause on your planet. Satan was a member of the same primary group of Lanonandaks, but have never functioned as a system sovereign. He entered fully into the Lucifer insurrection. The devil is none other than Caligasta, the deposed planetary prince of Urantia, and son of the secondary order of Lanonandaks. At the time Michael was on Earth in the flesh, Lucifer, Satan, and Caligasta were leagued together to effect the miscarriage of his bestowal mission. But they singularly failed. Abaddon was the chief of the staff of Caligasta. He followed his master into rebellion and has ever since acted in chief executive of the Earth rebellions. Beelzebub was the leader of the disloyal midway creatures who allied themselves with the forces of the treacherous Caligasta. The dragon eventually became the symbolic representation of all these evil personages. Upon the triumph of Michael, Gabriel came down from Salvington and bound the dragon, all the rebel leaders, for an age. Of the Jerusalem seraphic rebels, it is written, the angels who kept not their first estate, but left their own habitation, he has reserved in such chains of darkness to the judgment day. Two, the causes of the rebellion. Lucifer and his first assistant, Satan, reigned on Jerusalem for more than 500,000 years. When in their hearts they began to array themselves against the universal fathers and his vicegerent son, Michael. There were no particular or special conditions in the system of Satania which suggested or favored rebellion. It is our belief that the idea took origin and form in Lucifer's mind, and that he might have instigated such a rebellion no matter where he might have been stationed. Lucifer first announced his plans to Satan, but it required several months to corrupt the mind. Just a thought corrupted his mind. Watch your thoughts. In his able and brilliant associate. Now, Lucifer announced his corrupted thoughts to Satan, and then they grew in Satan's mind. Somebody can corrupt your mind down here. Witchcraft. My wife's mind was corrupted when she listened to gossip. Just a thought. Watch your thoughts. Watch whose thoughts you're listening to. Lucifer first announced his plans to Satan, but it required several months to corrupt the mind of his able and brilliant associate. However, when once converted to the rebel theories, he became bold and earnest. He became a bold and earnest advocate of self-assertion and liberty. I speak my mind. It's a dumb thought, but I speak it. I speak my mind, but I'm smart. I don't think, but I just speak whatever dumb thought pops into my mind. Jackass. Sorry. He became a bold and earnest advocate of self-assertion and liberty. No one ever suggested rebellion to Lucifer. The idea of self-assertion in opposition to the will of Michael and to the plans of the Universal Father, as they are represented in Michael, had its origin in his own mind. His relations with the Creator's Son had been intimate and always cordial. At no time prior to the exaltation of his own mind did Lucifer openly express dissatisfaction about the universe administration. Notwithstanding his silence, he kept his thoughts to himself. For more than 1,000 years of standard time, the union of days of Solvington had been reflectivating to Uversa, that all was not reflecting. They call it something different. Reflectivating to the universe that was not at peace in Lucifer's mind. So he was meditating and he realized let me go ahead and read it, then I'll come back. This information was so communicated to the Creator Son and the constellation's father of Norlandidek. Now, let me go back to that thought. The wicked don't know that you can see them. You know what they're doing. You realize they're wicked. You don't say anything, but you just listen, slow to speak, quick to hear. Their actions, the things they do, you pick up on what's going on. So what happened here, the Union of Days had been thinking about what was going on. And by his thoughts, he let the Father knows all of our thoughts, period. Throughout this period, Lucifer became increasingly critical of the entire plan of the universe administration, but always professed wholeheartedly loyalty to the supreme rulers. His first outspoken disloyalty was manifested on the occasion of a visit of Gabriel to Jerusalem, just a few days before the open proclamation of the Lucifer Declaration of Liberty. Gabriel was so profoundly impressed with the certainty of the impending outbreak that he went directly to Adentia to confer with the constellation fathers regarding the measures to be employed in case of open rebellion. It is very difficult to point out the exact cause or causes which finally culminated in the Lucifer rebellion. We are certain of only one thing, and that is, whatever these first beginnings were, they had their origins in Lucifer's mind. There must have been pride of self that nourished itself to the point of self-deception. There must have been pride of self that nourished itself to the point of self-deception. He brainwashed himself. So that Lucifer, for a time, really persuaded himself that his contemplation of rebellion was actually for the good of the system, if not for the universe. By the time his plan had developed to the point of disillusionment, no doubt he had gone too far for his original and mischief-making pride to permit him to stop. At some point in his experience, he became insincere and evil and evolved into deliberate and willful sin. We know right from wrong, but we delude ourselves because of selfishness. Oh yeah, I deserve this. The heck with everybody else. That this happened to prove the subsequent conduct of this brilliant executive. He was long offered opportunity for repentance, but only some of his subordinates ever accepted the pro-offered mercy. The faithful of days of Adentia, on the request of the Constellation Fathers, in person presented the plan of Michael for the saving of these flagrant rebels. The faithful of days of Adentia, on the request of the Constellation Fathers, in person presented the plan of Michael for saving there was a plan presented by Michael, but always was the mercy of the Creator's Son rejected, and rejected with increasing contempt and disdain. Lucifer. Whatever the Lucifer Manifesto, number 3, whatever the early origins of trouble in the heart of Lucifer and Satan, the final outbreak took form as the Lucifer Declaration of Liberty. The cause of the rebels was stated under these heads, these 3 heads. The cause of the rebels was stated under these 3 heads. 1, the reality of the universal Father. Lucifer charged that the universal Father did not really exist. Now you understand how crazy can be, how deluded a thought can lead you to. Lucifer charged that the universal Father did not really exist. That physical gravity and space energy were inherent in the universe. Those thoughts, it wasn't just, those thoughts produce, and those allegations produce ripples that physical gravity and space energy were inherent in the universe. And that the Father was a myth invented by the Paradise Sons to enable them to maintain rule of the universe in the Father's name. He denied that personality was a gift of the universal Father. He even intimated that the finaliters were in collusion with the Paradise Sons to force fraud upon all creation, since they never brought back a very clear idea of the Father's actual personality as it is discernible on Paradise. He traded on reference as ignorance. The charge was sweeping, terrible, and blasphemous. And this veiled attack upon the finaliters that no doubt influenced the ascendant citizens then on Jerusalem to stand firm and maintain steadfast in resistance to all the rebels' proposal. The universe government of the Creator Sons. This is second part of Lucifer's declaration. The universe government of the Creator Son. Michael. Lucifer contended that the local universe should be autonomous. He protested against the right of Michael, the Creator Son, to assume sovereignty of Nebadon in the name of the hypothetical Paradise Father, and required all personalities to acknowledge allegiance to this unseen Father. He asserted that the whole plan of worship was a clever scheme to aggrandize the Paradise Sons. He was willing to acknowledge Michael as his creator father, but not as his God and rightful ruler. Most bitterly did he attack the right of the Ancients of Days, foreign potentates, to interfere in the affairs of the local system and universes. These rulers he denounced as tyrants and usurpers. Tyrants and usurpers. You'll see a pattern. He calls them tyrants and usurpers. He exhorted his followers to believe that none of these rulers could do aught to interfere with the operation of complete home rule if men and angels only had the courage to assert themselves and boldly claim their rights. He contended that the executives of the Ancients of Days could be barred from functioning in the local universe if the native beings would only assert their independence. He maintained that immortality was inherent in the system personalities. So the little knowledge he had, because he only had little knowledge, because remember, Satan is below Michael at this point. And he acknowledged Michael basically was his supervisor. But he wanted to cause a strike in heaven. Three, the attack upon the universal plan of ascended mortal training. And that ascended mortal training is our probation, because he didn't want to come down here in probation and learn these things. The attack upon the universal plan of ascendant mortal training. Our probation, we were supposed to be like travelers to move up. And he mocks God by the Masons calling themselves travelers. We're travelers in eternity. Where are you travelers? On earth, Satan's worlds. Lucifer maintained that far too much time and energy were expended upon the scheme of so thoroughly training ascended mortals in the principle of universe administration, principles which he alleged were unethical and unsound. He protested against the age-long program for preparing the mortals of space for some unknown destiny, pointed and point. Sorry, just came to thought that they're actually in a meeting. So he protested against the age-long problem for preparing the mortals of time and space for some unknown destiny, and he pointed to the presence of the finale corps on Jerusalem as proof that these mortals had spent ages in preparation for some destiny of pure fiction. With derision, he pointed out that the finaliters had encountered a destiny no more glorious than to be returned to the humble spheres similar to those of origin. He intimated that they had been debauched by overmuch discipline and prolonged training, and that they were in reality traitors to their mortal fellows, since they were now cooperating with the scheme, with the scheme of ascending mortals. He advocated that ascenders should enjoy liberty of individual self-determination. That wouldn't have ended well. He challenged and condemned the entire plan of mortal ascension as sponsored by the Paradise Sons of God and supported by the Infinite Spirit. And it was with a declaration of liberty that Lucifer launched his orgy of darkness and death. 4, the outbreak of the rebellion. The Lucifer Manifesto was issued at an annual conclave of Satania on the Sea of Glass in the presence of the assembled hosts of Jerusalem on the last day of the year, about 200,000 years ago, Earth time. Satan proclaimed that the worship could be accorded the universal forces, physical, intellectual, and spiritual. But the allegiance could be acknowledged only to the actual and present ruler. Lucifer, the friend of men and angels, and the God of liberty. Self-assertion was the battle cry of the Lucifer rebellion. One of his chief arguments was that if self-government was good and right for the Melchizedeks and other groups, it was equally good for all orders of intelligence. He was bold and persistent in the advocacy of equality of mind and the brotherhood of intelligence. I'm sorry. Give me a second. This is the first time I'm reading this. Oh man. Oh man. Oh man. Oh my. Sorry. I'm sorry. Oh. He maintained that all government should be local, should be limited to local planets and their voluntary confederation into local systems. All other supervision he disallowed. He promised the planetary princes that he should rule the world they should rule the worlds as supreme executives. He denounced the location of legislature's activities on the constellation headquarters, just like Donald Trump is doing now. He denounced the location of legislative activities on the constellation headquarters and the conduct of judicial affairs on the universe capital. He contended that all the functions of government should be concentrated on the system capitals and proceeded to set up his own legislative assembly and organize his own tribunals under the jurisdiction of Satan. And he directed the princes on the apostate worlds to do the same. The entire administrative cabinet of Lucifer went over in a body and was sworn in publicly. Oh man. Oh, he did his. Oh, all right. Oh, now we're not. This outbreak they're talking about. It took place on Earth because now the Father let him have his kingdom so he could do his thing. So now we're on Earth because this used to be the Father's kingdom. This used to be Eden. This was Adentia. Those buildings, or those what are they called? Before the 7,000 years on Earth, this is what they're describing. Some of those other, what do they call them? You had the Sumerians, you had the It'll come to mind. The entire administrative cabinet of Lucifer went over in a body, and were sworn in publicly as the officers of the administration of the head of the liberated worlds and system, of the new head of the liberated worlds and systems. Where there had been 2 previous rebellions in Nebadon. They were in distant constellations. 2 previous rebellions. Lucifer held that these insurrections were unsuccessful because the majority of the intelligences failed to follow their leaders. He contended that the majorities rule, that the mind is infallible. He contended that the majorities rule, that mind is infallible. The freedom allowed him by the universe rulers apparently sustained many of his nefarious contentions. Because they let him do this, that led him to believe that it was even more right. He defied all his superiors, yet they apparently took no note of his doings. They took no note of it because they already knew what he was going to do. He was given a free hand to prosecute his seductive plan without let or hindrance. They didn't stop it. They let it unfold. They knew it was going to lead to. It led to us now knowing right from wrong. All the merciful delays of justice Lucifer pointed to as evidence of the inability of the government of the Paradise Sons to stop the rebellion. They would openly defy and arrogantly challenge Michael, Emmanuel, and the Ancients of Days, and then point to the fact that no action ensued as positive evidence of the impotency of the universe and the universal governments. He said, well, they ain't stopped me, so I must be right. So now I'm going to build my new world. He didn't have an idea how corrupt he was. He thought he was going to take over the Father's house. Gabriel was personally present throughout all these disloyal proceedings and only announced that he would, in due time, speak to Michael, and that all beings would be left free and unmolested in their choice. That the government of the sons for the Father desired only loyalty and devotion, which was voluntarily, wholeheartedly, and sophistry proof. They only wanted true loyal. They didn't want to have to talk you into doing the right thing when in your mind it was never a thought or a consideration. Let the blind lead the blind. Lucifer was permitted fully to establish and thoroughly to organize his rebel government before Gabriel made an effort to contest the right of succession or to counterwork the rebel propaganda. But the constellation's fathers immediately confined that action of these disloyal personalities to the system of Satania. That's why we're now a prison planet, a prison universe, and a prison constellation. We don't know what's out there. Nevertheless, this period of delay was a time of great trial and testing to the loyal beings of all Satania, and was chaotic for a few years. And there was great confusion in the mansion worlds. Now, mind you, when they say few years, it's not earthly years. Here we go. Yep. All right. 53 and 5. The nature of the conflict. Upon the outbreak of the Satania rebellion, Michael took counsel of his paradise brother, Emmanuel. Following this momentous conference, Michael announced that he would pursue the same policy which had characterized his dealings with similar upheavals in the past, an attitude of non-interference. At the time of this rebellion, the two which preceded it, there was no absolute and personal sovereign. At the time of this rebellion, the two which preceded it was no absolute and personal sovereign authority in the universe of Nebadon. Michael ruled by divine right as vicegerent of the universal father, but had not yet in his own right He had not completed his bestowal career. He had not yet been vested with all power in earth, in heaven and earth. From the outbreak of the rebellion. So, all right. Let me just read. It'll probably hit on it. From the outbreak of the rebellion to the day of his enthronement as sovereign ruler on Nebadon, Michael never interfered with the rebel forces of Lucifer. They were allowed to run a free course for almost 200,000 years of Urantia time. Even summarily, with such outbreaks of disloyalty, but we doubt that this sovereign authority would lead him to act differently if another such upheaval occurred. He's slow. Wait. Anyway. Since Michael elected to remain aloof, let me go back. From the outbreak of the rebellion to the day of his enthronement, as the sovereign of the ruler of Nebadon, Michael never interfered with the rebel forces of Lucifer. They were allowed to run a free course for 2,000 years. Christ Michael now had ample power, and authority to deal promptly, even summarily, with such outbreaks of disloyalty. But we doubt that this sovereign authority would lead him to act differently if another outbreak should occur. He's not going to do it because he's going to let it happen, because he's going to let it play out. Since Michael elected to remain aloof from the actual warfare of the Lucifer rebellion, Gabriel called his personal staff together on Adentia, Eden, and in council with the Most Highs, elected to assume command of the loyal host of Satania. Michael remained on Salvington, while Gabriel proceeded to Jerusalem, and establishing them himself on the sphere dedicated to the Father. The same universal Father, whose personality Lucifer and Satan had questioned. In the presence of the foregathered host of loyal personalities, he displayed the banner of Michael. Sorry, that was the banner I showed you, the three concentric. That's the banner of Michael. The material emblem of the Trinity, government of all creation. The three Asher blue concentric circles on a white background. The Lucifer emblem was a banner of white with one red circle in the center, which is black, which is a black solid circle appeared. There was war in heaven. Michael's commander and his angels fought against the dragon, Lucifer and Satan and the apostate princes. And the dragon and his rebellious angels fought, but prevailed not. This was the war in heaven. Was not a physical battle, as such a conflict might be conceived on earth. In the early days of the struggle, Lucifer held forth continuously. In the early days of the struggle, Lucifer held forth continuously in the planetary amphitheater. This played out in an amphitheater when they had these conclaves. So they're calling him up to the conclave. He's going back to where he is. They're calling him up and telling him, look, stop. They gave him time to, he had time to repent. And this is give you an explanation of how it's unfolding. This war in heaven was not a physical battle, as such a conflict might be conceived on earth. In the early days of the struggle, Lucifer held forth continuously in the planetary amphitheater. Gabriel conducted an unceasing exposure of the rebel sophistries from his headquarters, taken up near at hand. The various personalities presented on the sphere who were in doubt as to their attitude would journey back and forth between these discussions until they arrived at a final decision. But this war in heaven was very terrible and very real. While displaying none of the barbarities so characteristic of physical warfare, on the immature worlds, this conflict was far more deadly. Material life is in jeopardy in material combat, but the war in heaven was fought in terms of life eternal. A loyal seraphic commander. This is 53 and 6. There were many noble and inspiring acts of devotion and loyalty. These were beings below Lucifer in hierarchical authority. And some of them made up their own minds not to go with the rebels. Some of them made up their own minds not to go off with the rebels. As above, so below. There were many noble and inspiring acts of devotion and loyalty, which were performed by numerous personalities during the interim between the outbreak of hostilities and the arrival of the new system ruler and his staff. But the most thrilling of these daring feats of devotion was the courageous conduct of Menotia, the second in command of Satan, of the Satania headquarters, Seraphim. At the outbreak of the rebellion, the head of the seraphic host joined the Lucifer cause. This doubt explained why such a large number of the fourth order, the system of the administrator Seraphim, went astray. All right. The seraphic leader was spiritually blinded by the brilliant personality of Lucifer. His charming ways fascinated the lower orders of spiritual beings. They simply could not comprehend that it was possible for such a dazzling personality to go wrong. He pimped them. He had more knowledge than they did. And he pimped them. Upon the default of my immediate superior, and this is, who's speaking now? Is this? We'll see. Upon the default of my immediate superior, it devolved upon me to assume command of the angelic host of Jerusalem. This is Manotia speaking. He is head. What is he? He's head of the seraphic. Okay, he's a loyal seraphic commander. Upon the default of my immediate superior, it devolved upon me to assume command of the angelic host of Jerusalem. As the titular director of the confused seraphic affairs of the system, I was morally upheld by the Melchizedeks. Ably assisted by the majority of the material sons. Ably assisted by the majority of the material sons, deserted by a tremendous group of my own order, but magnificently supported by the ascendant mortals of Jerusalem. Okay, wow. So there were mortals. Okay, wow. All right. Now I'm getting more of an understanding. Wow, they were actually mortals. Wow, okay. There was actually something going on in the world. All right, man. Having been automatically thrown out of the constellation circuits, I think this is still Monisha. I guess he gave the narrator is reading this. He interviewed Monisha, and this is Monisha's statement. Having been automatically thrown out of the constellation circuits by the succession of Lucifer, we were dependent on the loyalty of our intelligence cores, who forwarded calls for help to Adentia from the nearby system of Ratulia. And we found that the kingdom of order, the intellect of loyalty, and the spirit of truth were inherently triumphed over the rebellion, self-assertion, and so-called personal liberty. We were able to carry on until the arrival of a new system sovereign. the worthy success. Okay, the worthy successor of Lucifer, and immediately, therefore, I was assigned to the core of Melchizedek receivership on Urantia, assuming the jurisdiction over the loyal seraphic order on the world of the treacherous Caligastia, who had proclaimed his sphere. Okay, this is another sphere. He's explaining where they had put down a previous rebellion. And immediately, therefore, I was assigned to the core of the Melchizedek receivership of Urantia. And immediately, therefore, I was assigned to the core, assuming the jurisdiction over all local orders on the world of the treacherous Caligastia, who had proclaimed his sphere as a member of a newly projected system of liberated worlds and emancipated personalities proposed by the infamous Declaration of Liberty issued by Lucifer in his call to the liberty-loving, free-thinking, and forward-thinking intelligences of the misruled and maladministered worlds of Satania. The angel is still in service on Urantia, functioning as an associate chief of Seraphim. Okay, I'm going to read the rest of it. This is 53:6. I'm going to read 53:7. The history of the rebellion. The Lucifer rebellion was system-wide. 37 succeeding planetary princes swung their world administrations largely to the side of the arch rebel. The Lucifer rebellion was system-wide. 37 preceding planetary princes swung their world administration largely to the side of the arch rebel. So, there's two previous rebellions like this. In this third rebellion, 37 succeeding princes swung their world administrations to Lucifer. So 37 worlds fell with the Lucifer rebellion. Only on Pantopia did the planetary prince fail to carry his people with him. On this world, under the guidance of the Melchizedeks, the people rallied to the support of Michael. Eleonora, a young woman of that mortal realm, grasped the leadership of the human races. I'm going to stop there for a second. Again, I'm just reading this. From other reading, ideas popping in my head. There are females that rule worlds, and there are males that rule worlds. I'm sure it'll come together. Elnora, a young woman of that mortal realm, grasped the leadership of the human races, and not a single soul on that strife-torn world enlisted under the Lucifer rebellion. or ever since have these loyal Panopians served on the 7th Jerusalem transition world as the caretaker and builders of the Father's spheres and its surrounding 7 detention worlds. That's just over there. 7 detention worlds for the Panopians. Panopians. For the embellishment of these spheres for some future unknown use. They do work as they tarry en route to Adentia. Throughout this period, Caligasta is advocating the cause of Lucifer on earth. Throughout this period, Caligasta, one of Lucifer's lieutenants, was advocating the cause of Lucifer on earth. The Melchizedeks ably opposed the apostate planetary prince. But the sophistries of unbridled liberty and the delusion of self-assertion had very opportunity to deceive the primitive peoples of a young and undeveloped world. Satan's, Lucifer's pride and their knowledge, they pimped their less knowledgeable brothers and sisters just so they could sit in a chair and smoke and pass the time away. Not elevating anybody, but just sitting, smoking cigars with Lilith. The Melchizedeks aptly opposed the apostate planet prince. But the sophistries aptly opposed the apostate prince. Sophistries of the unbridled liberty and delusions of self-assertion had every opportunity for deceiving the primitive peoples of a young and undeveloped world. All succession propaganda had to be carried on by personal effort because the broadcast service and all other avenues of interplanetary communication were suspended. That's why we don't know anything about any other worlds. Were suspended by the action of the system circuit supervisors. So they put them in a corner, cut off all communication. Upon the actual outbreak of the insurrection, the entire system of Satania was isolated in both the constellation and the universe circuits. During this time, all incoming and outgoing messages were dispatched by seraphic agents and solitary messengers. The circuit to the fallen worlds were also cut off, so that Lucifer could not utilize this avenue for the furtherance of his nefarious scheme. He couldn't communicate with any of the other planets that heard him and listened to him in 37 worlds. And these circuits will not be restored so long as the Arch Rebel lives within the confines of Satania. This was an Lananandak rebellion. The higher orders of local universal sonship did not join the Lucifer succession, although a few life carriers stationed on the rebel planets were somewhat influenced by the rebellion of the disloyal princes. None of the Trinidad's sons went astray. The Melchizedeks, archangels, and brilliant evening stars were all loyal to Michael. And with Gabriel, the valiant contendant for the Father's will and the Son's rule. No beings of paradise origin were involved in disloyalty. Together with the solitary messengers, they took up headquarters on the world of Adentia. No, I'm sorry. Took up headquarters on the world of the spirit and remained under the leadership of the faithful of days of Adentia, Eden, the Most High. None of the conciliators apostatized, nor did a single one of the celestial recorders go astray. Let's see, should I keep stopping? I guess, yeah. Celestial recorders. Just like we have recorders in our mind, he has beings that record things celestially. But a heavy toll was taken of the Marantia companions and the Mansion World teachers. Marantia companions, that other material. When you get outside the flesh, you go into your Marantia being. It's a different type of body, but it's not a spiritual body. But a heavy toll was taken on the Marantia companions and the Mansion World teachers. Wow. So, man, this Lucifer rebellion was bigger than I even thought. Mansion World teachers. There's seven or eight mansion worlds. And you keep rising up in mansion worlds until you obtain morning starship. Christ is the bright and morning star. It's all on the way you're learning. You're learning forever. So they took down some of these teachers. Wow. Because the universe was still growing. It's not like there was a meeting up in the conclave and then Lucifer was cast down to this one world. Everything was going on. Evolution was going on. And while it was going on, and because they met every now and then, excuse me. Yeah, I wash my hands. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Where are we? And these circuits, will not be restored so long as the Ark rebels lives within the confines of Satania. This was a Lenandak rebellion. The higher orders of local universe sonships did not join the Lucifer succession, although a few of the last life carriers stationed on the rebel planets were somewhat influenced by the rebellion of the loyal princes. None of the Trinitized sons went astray. The Melchizedeks, archangels, and brilliant evening stars were all loyal to Michael. And with Gabriel valiantly contended for the Father's will and the Son's rule. No beings of paradise origin were involved in the disloyalty, together with the solitary messengers. They took up headquarters on the world of the Spirit and remained under the leadership of the faithful of days of the constellation. Okay. Recorders go astray. But a heavy toll was taken on the Marantia companions and the Mancha world teachers. Of the supreme order of the seraphim, not an angel was lost, but a considerable group of the next order of the superior were deceived and ensnared. Likewise, a few of the third or supervisor orders of angels were misled. But the terrible outbreak came in the fourth group, the administrator angels, those seraphim who are normally assigned to the duties of the system capital. Manosia saved almost 2/3 of them, but slightly over 1/3 followed their chief into the rebel ranks. 1/3 of all Jerusalem cherubim attached to the administrator angels were lost with their disloyal seraphim. Of the planetary angelic helpers, those assigned to the material sons, about 1/3 were deceived. And almost 10%, Josette, I'm doing a live. Thank you. Of the planetary angelic helpers, those assigned to material sons, 1/3 were deceived, and almost 10% of the transition ministers were ensnared. In symbol, John saw this when he wrote of the great red dragon, saying, and his tail drew a third part of the stars of heaven and cast them down in darkness. The greatest loss occurred in the angelic ranks, but most of the lower orders of intelligences were involved in disloyalty. Of the 681,217 material sons lost in Satania, 95% were casualties of the Lucifer rebellion. Large numbers of the midway creatures were lost. individual planets. Those planetaries were lost on those individual planets whose planetary suns joined the Lucifer cause. In many respects, this rebellion was the most widespread, disastrous of all such occurrences in Nebadon. More personalities were involved in this insurrection than in both of the others. And it is to our everlasting dishonor that the emissaries of Lucifer and Satan spared not the infant training schools. Wow. On the Finaliter culture planet, but rather sought to corrupt these developing minds in mercy, savaged from the evolutionary worlds. Man. Oh, man. You're a piece of work, Satan. The ascending mortals were vulnerable, but they withstood the sophistries of rebellion better than the lower spirits. The ascending mortals were vulnerable, but they withstood. Let me hold that for a second. All this rebellion, it didn't take place in isolation. There was a meeting and boom. It took place while the worlds were evolving. And spirits were on these worlds while this rebellion took place. So it wasn't in isolation in one place in the kingdom. It's almost as if, let me see. It's almost as if you got a city down here and a couple towns that the Klan took over, or the Nazis took over a couple towns. And so you got intelligence, you got some loyalists in there, and you have some non-loyalists. And I guess that should explain it, what my thought is. As in heaven, so below. The ascending mortals were vulnerable, but they withstood the sophistries of rebellion better than the lower spirits. While many of the lower mansion worlds, those who had not attained a final fusion with their adjusters, should I do an explanation? Yeah. Final fusion with their adjusters. Right now, in these fleshly bodies, we don't have full fusion with the Holy Spirit. We will have full fusion with the Holy Spirit. The celestial ones will have full fusion with the Holy Spirit. And we're not tempted anymore. So those are the beings that they talked about, that they mentioned here. While on many of the lower mansion worlds, those who had not attained final fusion with their adjusters fell. It is recorded to the glory of the wisdom of the ascension scheme that not a single member of Satania, of the Satania ascended citizenship resided on Jerusalem, participated in the Lucifer rebellion. Hour by hour, day by day, the broadcast stations of all Nebadon were thronged by the anxious watchers. Let me stop there. Now, where you don't have a Satan rebellion, those worlds where they don't have a Satan rebellion, all the worlds have amphitheaters. And part of your entertainment is to watch the other worlds. Hence Satan's mockery with the Truman Show. in these other worlds, they have communication with each other. And if you're evolving on a certain world, you can watch what's going on in the lower realms. And I can imagine it kind of keeps you intact with where you used to be. You're not judging. You're just watching and you're cementing in what you know to be right. You're watching other worlds evolve. Hour by hour and day by day, the broadcast stations of all Nebadon were thronged by the anxious watchers of every imaginable class of celestial intelligence, who intently pursued the bulletins of the Satania rebellion and rejoiced as the reports continuously narrated the unanswering loyalty of the ascending mortals. They're cheering. They're cheering us now as they're watching us. Under their Melchizedek leadership, successively withstood in combined and projected efforts of the all-insubmersible evil forces, which so swiftly gathered around the banners of succession and sin. And that's what we're doing now. And they're watching us on these multi-theaters. Well, if you don't know, this is for those who might not know. The Melchizedeks are put on planets every time the cosmic gospel goes astray. The Melchizedeks are like the Secret Service. That's where Satan he patterns the Mossad after, he patterns the CIA after, and he patterns trying to act like the Father. This whole chapter is one big sentence. Hour by hour, day by day, the broadcast stations of all Nebadon were thronged by the anxious watchers of every imaginable class of celestial intelligence, who intently pursued the bulletins of the Satania rebellion and rejoiced as the report. Well, we already read that. It was over 2 years of system time from the beginning of the war in heaven until the installation of Lucifer's successor. But at last, the new sovereign came, landing on a sea of glass with his staff. He was among the reserves mobilized in Adentia by Gabriel. And I well remember the first message of the Lanaforge. The first message of Lanaforge. Lanaforge is the one, which is said, but at last the new sovereign, that's Lanaforge. But at last the new sovereign came, landing on the sea of glass with his staff. I was among the reserves mobilized on Adentia by Gabriel. And I well remember the first message of Lanaforge to the celestial father of Melchizedek. It read, not a single Jerusalem citizen was lost. Every ascendant mortal survived the fiery trial and emerged from the crucial test triumphant and altogether victorious. and on to Solvington, Uversa, and Paradise went this message to assure that the survival experience of the mortal ascension is the greatest security against rebellion and the surest safeguard against sin. This noble Jerusalem band of faithful mortals numbered just 187,432,811. With the arrival of Lanaforge, the arch rebels were dethroned and shorn of all governing powers, though they were permitted freely to go about Jerusalem, the Marantian spheres, and even to individual inhabited worlds. They continued their deception and sedative efforts to confuse and mislead the minds of men and angels. But as concerned their work on the administrative Mount of Jerusalem, their place was found no more. So, seems like a long time, but they let it play out in infinity. It's just a little bit of time. And Satan's scheme is benefiting to somewhere in here. It says that the good outweighs the bad over 1,000 times over. There are worlds that the fathers have that they learn through book knowledge. We learned right from wrong by having evil in our face. So, let me see. Yeah, that feels comfortable. While Lucifer was deprived, I think that's right, of all administrative authority in Satania, there then existed no local universe power nor tribunal which could detain or destroy this wicked rebel. At that time, Michael was not sovereign ruler. The Ancients of Days sustained the Constellation Fathers in their seizure of the system government, but they have never handed down any subsequent decision in the many appeals still pending and with regard to the present status and future deposition of Lucifer, Satan, and their associates. Thus were these arch rebels allowed to roam the entire system to seek further penetration for their doctrines and discontent and self-assertion. But almost 200,000 Earth years, they have been unable to deceive another world. No Satania world has been lost since the fall of the 37. Not even those younger worlds people since that rebellion. God says, I think it's in the seal portion, this is the worst time in the history. This is the most wicked time in history on this world. And we are worse than all worlds. And at some point, there were 7 trillion of them. So how wicked does that make us? In Star Trek, they show you other beings. They look, the material, they look different. And we don't have, and the Father has beings on other worlds that look different. The only difference in us is our skin color. We don't have to deal with a Chewbacca over here. I can be prejudiced against Chewbacca because he looks so totally different than me. We are the worst of all worlds because we look alike. How in the world you can't understand a wicked, how a white person can't recognize a wicked white person is beyond me. How a black person cannot recognize a wicked black person is beyond me, and so on and so forth. If you have the Spirit of God, you will know someone else who has the Spirit of God. You'll know whether they make mistakes or whether they kind of simple-minded or whether they have the fruits of God, but that's just me. All right, that's 7. So I said I was going to read all, so I think I got, 2 more. 8, the Son of Man on earth. Lucifer and Satan freely roamed the Satania system until the completion of the bestowal mission of Michael on earth, which is coming soon. They were last on your world together during the time of their combined assault upon the Son of Man, which was in the beginning of this world. This is not all the time on this world. This is just since the 7,000 years. That's the last time they met was when Adam, Michael, came down in one of his incarnations for one of his bestowals. Formerly, when the planetary princes, the sons of God, were periodically assembled, Satan came also. When the gospel came down to Adam, Satan came also, claiming he represented all the associated worlds of the fallen planetary prince. But he has not been accorded such liberty on Jerusalem since Michael's terminal bestowal. Subsequently to their effort to corrupt Michael, when in bestowal flesh, all sympathy for Lucifer and Satan has perished throughout all Satania, that is, outside the isolated worlds of sin. That was the last straw, Satan. The bestowal of Michael terminated the Lucifer rebellion in all Satania, aside from the planets of the apostate planetary princes. And this was the significance of Jesus' personal experience just before his death in the flesh, when he one day explained to his disciples and beheld Satan fall as lightning from heaven. He had come with Lucifer to earth for the last crucial struggle. The Son of Man was confident of success, and he knew that his triumph on your world would forever settle the status of his age-long enemies, not only in Satania, but also in the other two systems where sin had entered. For there was survival for mortals and security for angels when your master, in reply to Lucifer's proposal, calmly and with divine assurance, replied, "Get behind me, Satan." That was the principle, the real end of the Lucifer rebellion. Tell the truth, shame the devil. That's an old wives' tale. For a long time, I used to think, who are the old wives? Now, New Israelite knows, our grandmothers. The universal, that was the principle, the real end of the Lucifer rebellion. True, the universal tribunals have not yet rendered the executive decision regarding the appeal of Gabriel, praying for the destruction of the rebels. That was an appeal. Gabriel prayed. The Father heard his prayer. But such a decree will no doubt be forthcoming in the fullness of time, since the first step in the hearing of this case have already been taken. Caligastia was recognized by the Son of Man as the technical prince of earth up to the near time of his death. Said Jesus, "Now is the judgment of this world. Now shall the prince of this world be cast down." And then, still near to the completion of his life work, he announced, "The prince of this world is judged." And it is the same, and it is this same dethroned and discredited prince who was once termed God of earth. The prince of this world once was termed God of this earth. Who is the God of this earth? Now, Satan. Elder Aiel, the last prophet, the Pale Rider. The last act of Michael before leaving earth was to offer mercy to Caligastia and Dalagastia, but they spurred his tender proffer. Should be offer. I don't know why it says proffer. I'll find out later. Caligastia, your apostate planetary prince, is still free on earth to prosecute his nefarious designs. But he has absolutely no power to enter the minds of men. Neither can he draw near their souls to tempt or corrupt them, unless they really desire to be cursed with his wicked presence. Before the bestowal of Michael, these rulers of darkness sought to maintain their authority on earth, and they persistently withstood the minor and subordinate celestial personalities because he was cut off. And his equally contemplative associate, Dalagastia, go back. Before the bestowal of Michael, these rulers of darkness sought to maintain their authority on earth, and they persistently withstood the minor and subordinate celestial personalities. But since the day of Pentecost, this treacherous Caligastia and his equally contemptible associate, Dalagastia, are servile before the divine majesty of the paradise thought adjusters and the protective spirit of truth, which means they work for God. The spirit of Michael, which has been poured out upon all flesh. But even so, no fallen spirit ever did have the power to invade the minds or to harass the souls of the children of men. Neither Satan nor Caligastia could ever touch or approach the faith of God, faith, sons of God. Let me read that again. Neither Satan nor Caligastia could ever touch or approach the faith, sons of God. Faith is effective armor against sin and inequity. Boy, these butcher dentists I ran into in the South and in the mountains of Pennsylvania, these people are butchers, man. Butchers. They are merely being dominant. Let me read it back so you won't lose your thought. In general, let's see. Neither Satan nor Caligastia ever could touch or approach the faith sons of God. Faith is an effective armor against sin and inequity. It is true. He who is born of God keeps himself, and the wicked one touches him not. In general, when weak and desolate mortals are supposed to be under the influence of devils and demons, they are merely being dominated by their own inherent and debased tendencies, being led away by their own natural propensities. The devil didn't make you do it. The devil has been given a great deal of credit for evil, which does not belong to him. Caligastia, cooperatively impotent since the cross of Christ. Remember, devils could get into you, and Christ sent those spirits into pigs that were in a man. Nine, the present status of the rebellion. Early in the days of the Lucifer rebellion, salvation was offered all rebels by Michael. To all who would show proof of sincere repentance, he offered upon his attainment to complete universe sovereignty, forgiveness, and reinstatement in some form of universe service. Let me stop there. Satan didn't accept repentance because he would have had to he would have lost his position, and he would have had to start it somewhere back in his education. Only the higher beings know where. So, because he couldn't have his way, and he was offered repentance. In the early days of the Lucifer rebellion, salvation was offered all rebels by Michael. To all who would show proof of sincere repentance, he offered, upon his attainment of complete sovereignty, forgiveness and reinstatement in some form of universal service. None of the leaders accepted his merciful proffer. I'm just going to say offer. It's written proffer. But thousands of angels and lower orders of celestial beings, including hundreds of material sons and daughters, accept the mercy proclaimed by the Ponapians and were given rehabilitation at the time of Jesus. At the time of Jesus' resurrection 1900 years ago. These beings have since been transferred to the Father's world of Jerusalem, where they must be held technically until the universe courts hand down a decision in the matter of Gabriel versus in the matter of Gabriel versus Lucifer. But no one doubts that when the annihilation verdict is issued, these repentant and salvaged personalities will be exempt from the decree of extinction because they accepted, because they repented. That's how merciful the Father is. The probationary souls now labor with the Panopians in the work of caring for the Father's world. The probationary souls, which we are, labor with the Panathians in the work of caring for the Father's world. The arch deceiver has never been on Urantia since the days when he sought to turn back Michael from the purpose to complete the bestowal and to establish himself finally and securely as the unqualified ruler of Nebadon. Upon Michael's becoming the settled head of the universe of Nebadon, Lucifer was taken into custody by the agents of the universe of the Uversa Ancients of Days, and has since been a prisoner on satellite number 1 of the Father's group of the transition spheres of Jerusalem. And here the rulers of other worlds and systems behold the end of the unfaithful sovereign of Satania. Paul knew the status of these rebellious leaders following Michael's bestowal, for he wrote of Galagastia's chiefs as spiritual host of wickedness in heavenly places. Michael, upon assuming the supreme sovereignty of Nebadon, petitioned the Ancients of Days for authority to intern all personalities concerned in the Lucifer rebellion, pending the rulings of the super universe tribunals in the case of Gabriel versus Lucifer, placed on the records of the Uversa Supreme Court almost 200,000 years ago, as you reckon time. Concerning the system capital group, the Ancients of Days granted the Michael petition with but a single exception. Satan was allowed to make periodic visits to the apostate planets on fallen worlds until the Son of God could be accepted by such apostate worlds, or such time as the courts of Uversa should begin the adjudication of the case of Gabriel versus Lucifer. Satan could come to earth because you had no son of standing in residence, neither planetary prince nor material son. Melchizedek, which is me, has since been proclaimed vicegerent planetary prince of Urantia. And the opening of the case of Gabriel versus Lucifer has signalized the inauguration of temporary planetary regimes on all isolated worlds. And it is true that Satan did periodically visit Caligastia and others of the fallen princes right up to the time of the presentation of these revelations, when there occurred the first hearing of Gabriel's plea for the annihilation of the arch rebels. Satan is now unqualifiedly detained on the Jerusalem prison worlds. Since Michael's final bestowal, no one on all Satania has desired to go to the prison planet to minister to the interned rebels, and no more beings have been won to the deceiver's cause. For 1900 years, the status has been unchanged. We do not look for the removal of the present Santania restrictions until the Ancients of Days make final deposition of the arch rebels. Where am I? There we go. Okay, now. A song popped in my head. I remember, what's the word? Johannesburg. We don't need no water, we don't need no water, let the burn. We don't need no water, let the burn. Do not look for the removal of the present Satania restrictions until the Ancients of Days make a final disposition of the arch rebels. The system circuits will not be instated so long as Lucifer lives. Meantime, he is wholly inactive. The rebellion has ended on Jerusalem. It ends on all fallen worlds as fast as divine sons arrive. We believe that all rebels who ever accepted mercy have done so. We await the flashing broadcasts that will deprive the traitors of personality existence. We anticipate the verdict of Uversa will be announced by the executionary broadcast. We don't need no water, which will effect the annihilation of these interned rebels. Then you will look for their places, but they shall not be found. And they who know you among the worlds will be astonished at you. You have been a terror, but never shall you be anymore. And thus shall all these unworthy traitors become as though they had not been. All await the Uversa decree. But for ages, the 7 prison worlds of spiritual darkness in Satania have constituted a solemn warning to all Nebadon, eloquently and effectively proclaiming the great truth that the way of the transgressor is hard. That the way of the transgressor is hard. And that within every sin is concealed a seed of its own destruction. And that within every sin is concealed a seed of its own destruction. That the wages of sin is death. That the wages of sin is death. Let's see. I put this over here for a reason. Let's see how much on point I am. Let me see. Go back. No, down 111. Nope. Part 3. We're in the Urantia Papers, Part 3, paper number 114. Titled Seraphic Planetary Government. It says 2 and 6. Should I read the whole thing? Now I'll just read 2 and 6. The Board of Planetary Supervisors. This is, boy, I got to catch up with technology. I know there's a way to highlight this. 2 and 6. All right. No one knows how long these 24 Earth counselors, 24 elders, no one knows how long these 24 Earth counselors will continue in their present status. Detached from the regular program of universe activities, they will no doubt continue to serve in their present capacities until such change in planetary status ensues, such as the end of a dispensation. Okay, that's where we are now. The assumption of full planetary authority by Melchizedek, which is me, the final adjudication of the Lucifer rebellion, or the reappearance of Michael on the world of his final bestowal. The present resident governor general of Urantia of Earth seems inclined to the opinion that but Melchizedek may be released for the paradise ascension the moment the system of Satania is restored to, let me go back for a second, the present resident governor general, okay. Ascension, the moment the system, so we're going into the kingdom right after the annihilation. The present governor general of Earth seems inclined to the opinion all but Melchizedek may be released for paradise ascension the moment the system of Satania is restored to constellation circuits. But the opinions are also, but other opinions are also current. So remember, this is the narrator talking. He's not sure of what's going to happen. He's telling you what the present resident governor general, he's telling you his opinion. All right, so now your rancher 4 and 3. Paper 4 and 3. Four and 3. I'm going to read verses 2, 3, and 4. I got it. God's unchanging character. The eternal Father is incapable of wrath and anger in the sense of these human emotions, as man understands such actions. The eternal Father is incapable of wrath and anger. In the sense of these human emotions, and as man understands such actions. These sentiments are mean and despicable. They are hardly worthy of a being called human, much less divine. And such attitudes are utterly foreign to the perfect nature and gracious character of the universal Father. Much, very much of the difficulty which earth mortals have in understanding God is due to the far-reaching consequences of the Lucifer rebellion and the Caligaster betrayal on worlds not segregated by sin. The evolutionary races are able to formulate far better ideas of the universal Father. They suffer less from confusion and distortion and perversion of concept. God repents of nothing he has ever done, does now, or ever will do. He is all wise as well as all powerful. His wisdom grows out of trials and errors of human experience. His wisdom grows out of trial and error through human existence, his creation. He gets wiser. That's how he knows what will make us happy. That's how he knows what will make us happy. God's wisdom consists in unqualified perfection of his infinite universe insight. And this divine knowledge effectively directs the creative free will. The universal Father never does anything that causes subsequent sorrow or regret, but the will creatures of the planning and the making of his creator personalities in the outlying universes, by their unfortunate choosings, sometimes occasion emotions of divine sorrow in the personalities of their divine parents. Those emotions that we're supposed to get under control by giving some of our light back to Sophia. His first wife. Who had a thought. But though the father neither makes mistakes, harbors regrets, nor experiences sorrows, he is a being with the father's affection. And his heart is undoubtedly grieved when his children fail to attain the spiritual levels they are capable of reaching, with the assistance which has been so freely provided by the spiritual attainment plans and the mortal ascension policies of the universe. I'm going to go to paper 7, titled Relation to the Eternal Son. Relation of the Eternal Son to the Universe. Paper 7. Seven is titled Relation of the Universal Son to the Universe. I'm going to read, I guess it's book 1, 7 and 1. I'm going to read verses 6, 7, and 8. 7 and 1 is titled The Spirit Gravity Circuit. Verse 6, 7, and 8. Spirit gravity. Spirit gravity, pull, and response thereto operate not only on the universe as a whole, but even between individuals and groups of individuals. Spirit gravity. Let me go up a paragraph. The sun's spiritual drawing power is inherent to a lesser degree in many. Christ has spiritual drawing power, is inherent to a lesser degree in many paradise orders of sonship. For there do not exist within the absolute spirit gravity circuit those systems of spiritual attraction that function in the lesser units of creation. Such sub-absolute focalizations of spirit gravity are part of the divinity of the creator personalities of time and space and are correlated with the emerging experiential over control of the spirit of the supreme being. Spirit gravitivity, spirit gravity pull, and response thereto operate not only on the universe as a whole, but also between individuals and groups of individuals. There is a spiritual cohesiveness among the spiritual and spiritized personalities of any world, race, nation, or believing group of individuals. There is a direct attractiveness of a spirit nature between spiritually minded persons of like tastes and longings. The term kindred spirits is not wholly a figure of speech. That Lucifer rebellion sent ripples through the consciousness of the Father's creation, the all 7 super universes. Those that were connected knew it. And then in the amphitheater, they watch it unfold. Like the material gravity of paradise, the spiritual gravity of the eternal Son is absolute. Sin and rebellion may interfere with the operation of the local universe circuits, but nothing can suspend the spirit gravity of the eternal Son. You got some light in you. The Lucifer rebellion produced many changes in your system of inhabited worlds and on earth, but we do not observe that the resultant spiritual quantitative quarantine of your planet is least affected by the present and function of either the omnipresent spirit of the eternal Son or the associated spirit gravity circuit. So Satan feels nothing because he was cut off. They believe he feels nothing. It could be a possibility that there might be a spark. He might be gone. All reaction of the spirit gravity circuit of the grand universe are predictable. We recognize all actions and reactions of the omnipresent spirit of the eternal Son and find them to be dependable in accordance with well-known laws. We can and do measure spiritual gravity just as man attempts to complete the workings of finite physical gravity. This is an unvarying response of the Son's spirit to all spirit things, beings, and persons. And this response is always in accordance with the degree of actuality, the quantitative degree of reality of all such spiritual values. But alongside, I think I read too far. Yeah, I read too far. Okay, that's it. Let me stop there on that one. 53. 53. All right, 53. I'm going to read all of 53. Oh, goodness. Paper 53, the Lucifer Rebellion. Lucifer was a brilliant primary Lananandek son of Nebadon. Had experienced service. Did we read this already? No, I don't think I read that. He had experienced service in many systems, had been a high counselor of his group. Yeah, we did read that. Why is that not listed here? All right, let's see. Boom. Okay, we started. Did I start at the bottom and work my way up? Let's see. Read that. Let's go to this one. Did I read that already? All right, let me hit this. Let's see if I read this. I think I read that 20 and 11. Let me check. 20 and 11. 20 and 11. No, 21-11. 1 and 11. 1 and 11. 1 and 11. All right, I'm gonna have to go back over that one. 21 and 11. Oh, okay. Nope. All right, I'm going to leave that one out. Let's see. Let me check this. All right, let me go ahead and read this. 5. The other civilizations in the world before Adam and Eve. I'm going to read paper 67. Let me go back. What's this title of the whole book? 67. The title is Planetary Rebellion. 67 and 5. Great confusion. Immediate results of the rebellion. Great confusion. Great confusion reigned in Dalmatia and thereabout for almost 50 years after the instigation of rebellion. The complete and radical reorganization of the whole world was attempted. Revolution displaced evolution as a policy of cultural advancement and racial improvement. Among the superior and partially trained sojourns in and near Dalmatia, there appeared a sudden advancement in cultural status. But when these new and radical methods were attempted on the outlying peoples, indescribable confusion and racial pandemonium was the immediate result. Liberty was quickly translated into license by the half-evolved primitive men of those days. Very soon after the rebellion, the entire staff of sedition were engaged in energetic defense of the city against the hordes of semi-savages who besieged its walls as a result of the doctrines of the liberty, as a result of the doctrines of liberty, which had been prematurely taught to them. The years before the beautiful headquarters went out beneath the southern waves, the misled and the mistaught tribes of the Dalmatia hinterland had already swept down in semi-savage assault on the splendid city, driving the succession staff and their associates northward. The Caligastia scheme for the immediate reconstruction of human society in accordance with his ideas of individual freedom and group liberty proved of swift and more or less complete failure. Society quickly sank back to its old biologic level, which is animalistic. And then further struggle began overall, starting not very far in advance of where it was at the beginning of the Caligastia regime. This upheaval, having left the world in confusion, worst confounded. 262 years after the rebellion, a tidal wave swept up over Dalmatia, and the planetary headquarters sank beneath the waters of the sea. And this land did not again emerge until almost every vestige of the noble culture of these splendid ages had been obliterated. When the first capital of the world was engulfed, it harbored only the lowest types of the Sanjic races of Earth, renegades who had already converted the Father's temple into a shrine dedicated to Nog, the false god of light and fire. Six, titled Van the Steadfast. The followers of Van early withdrew into the highlands west of India, where they were exempt from attacks by all confused races of the lowlands, and from which place of retirement they planned for the rehabilitation of the world as their early Bedouinite predecessors had once all unwillingly worked for the welfare of mankind just before the days of the birth of the Sanjic tribes. Before the arrival of the Melchizedek receivers, Van placed the administration of human affairs in the hands of 10 commissioners of four commissioners of four each, groups identical with those of the prince's regime. The senior resident life carriers assumed temporary leadership of this council of the 40, which functioned throughout the 7 years of waiting. Similar group of the Admandanites. Similar groups of the Admandanites assumed that responsibilities with the 39 loyal staff members returned to Jerusalem. The Admandanites were delivered from the group of 144 loyal Adonites, to which Admandon belonged, and who had become known by his name. This group comprised 39 men and 105 women. 56 of this number were of immortality status, except, and they're talking about Adam here. This is when Adam was trying to lift up the spirituality and the morality of this world. These Ammonites, these are two different groups of people. Admonites, Amadonites. And then you have the Adonites, Andonites. And these Admonites are Adam's children. These Admonites were derived from the group of the 144 loyal Adamites, to which Admandon belonged, and who have long become known by his name. This group comprised of 39 men and 105 women. 56 of these were of immortality status, and all except Admandon, were translated along with the loyal members of the staff. The remainder of this noble band continued on earth to the end of their mortal days under the leadership of Van and Admandon. They were biologic leaven, which multiplied and continued to furnish leadership for the world down through the long dark ages of the post-rebellion era. Van was left on Urantia until the time of Adam, remaining as titular head of all superhuman personalities functioning on the planet. He and Admandon were sustained by the technique of the Tree of Life in conjunction with the specialized ministry of the Melchizedeks for over 150,000 years. The affairs of Urantia were for a long time administered by the Council of Planetary Receivers, 12 Melchizedeks, confirmed by the mandate of the senior constellation ruler, the Most High Father of Melchizedek. Associated with the Melchizedek receivers was an advisory council consisting of the loyal aides of the fallen prince. The two resident lifesavers. Now, Let me go. Let me go. Basically, again and again. Oh, let me go ahead and let me continue reading it. Read the whole thing. The affairs of Earth were for a long time administered by the Council of Planetary Receivers, 12 Melchizedeks, confirmed by the mandate of the senior constellation ruler, the Most High Father of Norlandiak. Associated with the Melchizedek receivers was the advisory council consisting of one, the loyal aides of the fallen prince, the two resident life carriers, the Trinidad's sons, an apprenticeship training volunteer teacher's son, a bright and evening star of Avalon. Periodically, the chiefs of the seraphim and cherubim, advisors from two neighboring planets, the director general of subordinate angelic life, and Van, the commander in chief of the midway creatures. And thus was Earth governed and administered until the arrival of Adam. So there was civilization before Adam. And it was not strange for the courageous and loyal Van to assign a place on the Council of Planetary Receivers, which so long administered the affairs of Earth. The 12 Melchizedek receivers of Urantia did heroic work. They preserved the remnants of the civilization, and their planetary policies were faithfully executed by Van. Within 1,000 years, after the rebellion, he had more than 350 advanced groups scattered abroad in the world. The outposts of civilization consisted largely the descendants of the loyal Adonites, slightly admixed with the Sanjic races, particularly the Blue Men, and with the Adonites. Notwithstanding, I'm just going to stop right there on this. It's a never-ending process of civilizing worlds and bringing them up to the dawn. What is it called? The dawn. Basically, the dawn of civilization. We're so far from being settled. And the dawn is the beginning, is one stage, the dawn is the beginning of the spiritual stage of growth. And at the end, you're settled in light and life. And you become a bright and morning star. If I can remember, and if I can remember reading this, I don't think there's any world in the 7 universes that are settled in light and life. He's trying to bring more and more beings into existence. More and more beings in existence. And everything is mathematical and everything is organized. I'm going to keep reading because in my notes here, it brings up where I might have passed it already. Did I start from 5? It lets you know there were other worlds. And then it gets down to the flood with Noah. It talks about Nog. Basically, the Father's in control of everything. If you don't believe now, you're going to never believe. Let me go back to something. The Spirit prevails. Spirit prevails. Chapter 5, verse 3, I think I wrote here. I didn't write anything in the notes about it. Chapter 5. Let me use this. Let me see. I saved those separately in my notes. This might be it.
The unction of the Holy Spirit. Two.
I want to stop there, brothers and say, well, let me go back. Let me go back to this. All right. We're out of that was given for purposes of understanding. Chapter 5. In obedience to the Torah. Chapter 5, the secrets of the temple. In obedience to the Torah, the teachings of Kohen Gadol, high priest. The high priest and keeper of the secrets of the temple grew in my heart like a flower. And he taught me the things of Yahweh Vivhe, Elohim, and Elohim, which we went over before, includes Elohim himself and plural, his wives. Turning me away from the darkness to the thoughts of the Most High, speaking the word, calling the power, light from on high. 3. And there in the temple, he taught me of our father, Adam, Michael, the first man, to whom our Elohim revealed his light and knowledge. Adam was born under a star. 31 Atlas. as it was shot across the sky, only to vanish and reappear upon his death. The man Adam was known at birth by a prophecy to be a usurper. Remember that word? To be a usurper of the gods of men. Everything about Lucifer is the opposite of the Father. He calls good bad and bad good. So, in that civilization, before Adam is dropped down. And Satan told them there was a prophecy about a usurper coming, a usurper of the gods of men. Gods from deep within the earth's heart. We weren't deep within the earth's heart. At creation, you had those that were on the living waters, the ones with intelligences similar to the Father's, and they had wisdom. And then you had those from the abyss. The demiurge. So Satan is pretending to give prophecy about the beings of light. And he says they're going to be usurpers of men. This is our world. The man Adam was known at birth by a prophecy to be a usurper of the gods of men. Gods from deep within the earth. The sons of men heard of his birth, and upon hearing, they ordered their priest to change the fire that burned in charge of their gods, to sacrifice all the children born under this star. Now, Satan is doing just like Pharaoh did. And he's telling the people he's under to change the fire that burned to their gods. And he told them to sacrifice all the children of the firstborn. Now this fire represented the fire that burns eternally, hell, changing, shifting, casting shadows upon the hearts of men. And we talked about shadows. The monad is just a shadow. It's nothing. Their fire represents hell, and it just casts shadows. And this great fire bows to and fro, changing its direction by every draft of wind. Their fire is a physical fire. It's double-minded. Bows back and forth, flickering. You know how a flame does? It's not real light. But Adam made from the dust of the earth, given wisdom, chakma, the real light. That light doesn't flicker. It's not double-minded. It shines. It shines. It's bright. It's a morning star. Given wisdom, chakma, which is Sophia, and the breath of life. Let me read that again. And Adam, made from the dust of earth, given chakma, and the breath of life. Breath of life is from Elohim. Chakma is from my mother, Sophia. Which is the very knowledge of Dot, Alahaikum, our mother and father, our parents. And the man Adam was blessed by the Father of heaven. Now remember, the Father has many names. They call him, in Gnostic terms, I'm terrible with these notes. Adam, they call him, where'd I put that? Here it is. All right. I think this is it. Adamus. No. Yeah, yep. This is it. In Gnostic terms, the Father is called Adamus. Adamus, heavenly man. Definition: a luminous, proto-anthropos, or original man who exists in the divine and spiritual realm. Now the mother, Edem, E-D-E-M, in some systems of Gnosticism, Edem is described as a chaotic female principle, Earth Mother, associated with the creation of the material world, distinctly from the heavenly Adamus. She's not quite chaotic. She had a thought, and that thought, she created the monad, the material world. But the material world is just a shadow. It's not darkness, it's a shadow. All right, where are we? And man, Adam, was blessed by the Father of the heavens. He was blessed by Adamus, and nurtured by the mother in the earth, Sophia. Edem. When you read some of these Gnostic Gospels, you can go and read them or listen to them, and they say that Adamus loved Edem. But it's all to get us here. They have to hide it from people so they wouldn't have destroyed all the records. And the man Adam was blessed by the Father of the heavens and nourished by the mother in the earth. And he was raised in a cave hidden from the face of men. Yes, they were men still on the earth. There were men on the earth in other civilizations because this planet was evolving. And Adam grew the first. And as Adam grew, he first worshiped the shadows that had given him food and warmth. But in time, he saw that these were false gods, for they were but the shadows of men. And then he worshiped the men. But as time went on, he saw them age and knew they were like him, but flesh. And when he saw the light coming from outside the cave, he worshiped the light. And oh, how he longed to be in its warmth. And it came to pass that one day he escaped the cave, still a boy, and saw the light. And saw the light came from the sun, and he worshiped the sun. But that night the sun died, and so he worshiped the moon. And in the morning he saw that the sun was resurrected. You see patterns? The sun resurrected. And what was the other one? I didn't stop back then. But you'll start to see a pattern. And so he worshiped the sun. And the sun was hidden from him later in that day. And the rain washed Adam clean. He was baptized, in my words. And he knew that these light bringers were not gods, neither the sun nor the moon. And Adam escaped away and was gathered up by Yahweh Vivhe after the garden in the bosom of his true mother, Eden. And here in the garden was he given wives, Lilith and Eve, and he taught the ways of Elohim. And here he was given the 7 keys of Yahweh Vivhe, the very keys of creation. I read them, but I was told not to divulge any more of the secrets other than just reading them. Let's see. Should I go ahead and read this one? Chapter 7. The keys of knowledge and wisdom. And this is again in the Book of Raphael, Book of Raziel, and it's a 43-page document. I think they said it was in the Zohar. And Melchizedek blessed Abraham, saying, I, Melchizedek, king of Salem, king of peace, give thee wisdom gained from Shekinah, the divine mother. And we know that's the same as Sophia. And I gave thee knowledge gained from Avenu, the divine father, another name for the father. So people fighting over the name of the father doesn't make any sense. They call him different things in this world. They call him different things on all worlds. They call him different things on different super universes. But he's all the same. And I give thee power in the mercy of the Son of Man. And I give unto thee strength in the Ruach HaKodesh, the light and breath of the divine fire. And here is wisdom, to know the name, the true name, the infinite and the eternal, for the Son of Man is as a star, bound to a body, freed through the strife of this life. We all went through strife in this life. When we realize who we are, for the Son of Man is as a star, bound to a body, flesh, free through the strife of life. And only by the struggling and toil of this world, the fallen creation, Adam's children, shall the star within be born a new life. Remember, therefore, that all which exists upon this earth is nothing more than that which has always existed, and that which has passed into being. And though, too, there are no exceptions. And thou, too, are no exception, which he's talking about us. It always was. Remember. Let me stop there. Remember. Everybody, all souls are expected to keep rising up. Some spirits are still in the heavens, and they mention a few of the names and a few of the orders. Some spirits, like Elder Nye, they mention the names. There are many more people that are now on this earth. For instance, if Christ had 611 bestowals and incarnations, and I'm Christ's brother, I must have had something similar. Elder must have had something similar. Every one of you has obtained a level of proficiency that may not be mentioned in these records. It's a never-ending process of ascension. We're all brothers. Some understand more than others. Remember, therefore, that all which exists upon this earth is nothing more than that which has always existed, and that which has passed into being, and thou too. For there are no exceptions. And freely do I give these endowments, gifts, to the children of the Son of Man, that they might too share this same understanding to shine as a divine light from the foundation of the world, to cut through the veil of darkness that lies in the hearts of mankind. Now, here's another name for our mother. In Asma, the mother, power is wisdom. She is Eden, the earth. All alike in one, thus perfecting the whole, thus perfecting the Father, thus perfecting the whole, because he's constantly learning from us. Here's another name for the Father. Oh, no, there. Okay, yeah. Therefore, be thou not proud, O man, of thy wisdom of the earth, for without humility it is ignorance to the wise. Now, here's another name for our Father. Avid. A-V-I-A-D. In Avid, the Father, power of is knowledge. He is the air, and his word is written upon the sky. Therefore, listen and take heed, that thou should not be silent or deceive when evil is spoken for truth. And in the Son, power is mercy. He is the living water, washing clean in the light, shining above all, raining down the earth, raining down upon the earth, ending the drought and famine, destroying all living lands. And in the Spirit, or the breath, power is the strength of justice. He is the fire of the Torah. He is the punishment. For only through Torah, law, comes freedom of mankind. Fear not the spirit of Yahweh Vivhe. Once washed clean in mercy, when you get baptized, for fear is the bondage that binds mankind in the darkness. And in wisdom, consider Torah. For all thou seest is Torah. Therefore, seek not that which is not the Torah. For such exists only to deceive the mind and will of mankind. Wondering about evil was not in Torah. Wondering about the darkness was not in Torah. You are a being of light. Dabbling with darkness is not of Torah. And know too that our mother, wisdom, cometh to all children, even as they cometh unto her in wisdom. And through the light has been hidden by mankind, if we awaken and are wise in her, seeking for that which is hidden. Her mysteries shall be revealed. Therefore, follow thy heart in understanding, and obey the Torah given thee. For the Torah is love eternal. And when thou hast gained riches, thou shalt be poor. When you become a billionaire, you shall be poor, because you don't know anything. You got it by scheming, by hustling, by pimping. Therefore, and when thou hast gained riches, thou shalt be poor. But when thou shalt give up thy good, as the heart commands, should be goods. Let me write that in there in case I read that again. And when thou give up thy goods, as the heart commands, thou shalt be rich. Know thou that thy heart is the key to the understanding of the soul. And when thou hast the key, it becomes thy duty to share the secret and to guide all those seeking the path of righteousness, that they go not astray. And in the Gospel of Thomas, it says that this earth was created. What's it say? Let me go back. Yeah, I'll have to search for a couple of editions. Yeah, might as well do it. All right, here we go. All right. Where we leave off. Well, anyway. Okay. Okay. All right, where was that? Let me read back 2 or 3. And when thou hast gained riches, thou shalt be poor. Okay. Wrong one. This is the right one. All right. The Gospel of Thomas. These are the hidden sayings that the living Yahushua, spoke, and Yehuda Toma, the twin, recorded. These are the hidden sayings that the living Yeshua spoke to Yehuda Toma, the twin, recorded. All right, I guess I'll read some of these simultaneously. I don't know. Whoever discovers what these sayings mean will not taste death. Yeshua said, seek not and do not stop seeking until you find. When you find, you will be troubled. When you are troubled, you will marvel and rule over all. All right, riches. Let me see. I should have written notes. I did put some notes in here. Let me see. That's for another lesson. Oh, here we go. All right, Logi number 63. There was a rich man who was very wealthy. And he said, I shall invest my money so that I will invest my money so I may sow, reap, plant, and fill my storehouses with produce. Then I shall lack nothing. In their ignorance. This is what he was thinking in his heart, But the very next day, he died. Whoever has ears to hear should hear. During these end times, you're getting pieces of the truth. You're a wealthy man. You think you're going to survive this with your money. You don't know that day. How's he put it? This was what he was thinking in his heart, but that very night, he died. Father pulled your spirit. That very night, he died. He thought those things, but that very night, he died. He died that very night in sin. After that thought, it was over. He died in sin. Know thou that thy heart is the key to understanding of soul. And when thou hast the key, it becomes thy duty to share the secret and the guide of all those seeking the path of righteousness. Righteousness. Hold on. My eyes are bad. Let me put it here so I don't lose my place. Path of righteousness. All right. Yeah, I think I might have to go sideways on this table so I can have room for these books. Yeah, I got to do my notes on these things differently from now on. Basically, what it says is this: word earth was created. This earth was created because of John, and John's name was John. Is it John? James. This earth was created because of James. And what he's saying is, they used to have a name for James: James the just, James the righteous. That's where my thought was. And when thou hast the key, it becomes thy duty to share the secret and the guide to all those seeking the path of righteousness, that they go not astray. This earth was created in righteousness. All planets for the Father's children are created in righteousness and justice. For they are the hope, for they are lost. For they that are lost cannot find the path. Therefore, it is given thee to walk among men with love in thy heart from the beginning and end. For this is the creation. And if anyone should come unto thee for counsel, they should speak to thee freely, or thou shalt be deceived. Speaking freely. During this probation period for me, when people don't come to you and speak freely, they're hiding something. See, a person who speaks freely, they don't lie. They remember all the details because it happens to them. It's like if you're a police officer interrogating somebody, you're listening to the story, but their details aren't consistent, so they're lying. See, one thing, when I was a little kid, I knew growing up that, damn, if I lie, I got to remember all my lies. See, liars don't know when meek people don't respond to their lies. We know you're lying. And when you tell a story and you go back and you ask the person, hey, what happened to this? Da, da, da. They get angry because they don't want to go into something that's more detailed because they're telling you a lie. They tell you a story. Oh, let me see. Let me give an example. Oh, I've been a virgin for 7 years, brother. Just talk to them. And their lies won't be consistent. Oh, what you think? You don't believe me? No, nigga, you lying. I don't say that. All right, that's another liar. But anyway. They'll tell you a little bit of truth, but anyway, you get it. And if anyone should come to thee for counsel, they should speak freely. Or thou shalt be deceived. But if they hesitate to open their hearts in humility before thee, then thou shalt judge even according to the Torah that thou hast been given. And to know what these have said in their hearts, return back to their words in simplicity, but not in extravagant speech. Do this, and those that go before thee shall know the wisdom of El Elyon. And know thou that silence is a pearl of great value. Let me put my finger there. Be quick, slow to listen, slow to talk, quick to listen. And insight gained from such cannot be purchased at any price. For speech given to exalt the heart is worthless vanity. For speech given to exalt the heart is worthless vanity. I'm a diva. People used to bow at my feet. For such speech given to exalt the heart is worthless vanity. Lower than the dust. Therefore, to be great among men and women, a Kohen Gadol and a Kohen Gadala, priestess of El Elyon, be known for thy gentleness and thy meekness. Seek not for servants, but see the earth is thy friend. Ask not for the companion of any that know not Yahweh, yet give thy name, and all thou as unto any that need. All thy time. We are servants, and we're supposed to help people in their spiritual walk, and we were supposed to help them in their fleshly walk. If they didn't have clothes, if they didn't have food. Debate not with they that know not Elohim. Yet by what is written upon their hearts, hear their words. it wasn't an impromptu lesson. We were just going somewhere. On the ride, I'm going to use your name, John John. Me and the wife were going off land. And we picked John John up. He was walking over to Elder's Acre, and he had a shovel in his hand. We picked him up and rode him over there, and we talked on the way over. And one of the things John John said, he said, "Oh, y'all going on a date?" And I was chuckling inside. Because on this land, we kind of know each other. We know each other. And he knows that we were struggling. I said, "No, we're not going on a date. We're just going into town." So he says, and I knew what he was thinking about as soon as he said that. And I said, "John John, thank God." I said, "How long you been listening to Chief?" He said, "Since 2019. I said, "How many years did he teach? This ain't the right time for a marriage." And he said, "Yeah, I know." And I said, "John John, you're lucky that you're not married. You didn't get involved in one of those short marriages, 2 years, and all hell broke loose because you didn't know where their understanding of the gospel was." He said, "You're right, brother." And he got some peace now because he came to that understanding. Debate not with they that know not Allahaikum. Yet by what is written upon their hearts, hear their words. For all that enter into the ears must come forth from the mouth, filtered by the heart. And they that love thee as a friend shall share their hearts with thee. If people don't love you, they're not. During my probation, always talk to people. Always. If I was a paper boy, sometimes people would give you a reason why they couldn't pay this week. Okay, I would listen. And I knew they shared something in their heart, so I knew they were telling the truth. Let's go on. There's more. But even as a police officer like that, even when I did contracting work, I always ask people questions because I want to know what made you do that. Because most people aren't intrinsically bad, but you see the result of a bad mistake, you think, man, what the hell? I always knew something was wrong. I'm trying to, why are people doing crazy stuff? But I'll give those examples later. Yet, the fool shall regard knowledge as ignorance and wisdom as vanity. And the things that are of great worth unto him are lost in death. No, they aren't lost in death because these type of things that we learn, we're taken into eternity, and we're going to help spirits after spirits obtain this type of knowledge. Wherefore, let them cook their food upon the fire all day, and when the night comes, it shall be as cold as frost. Eat of it not. They don't know what they're talking about. So the simple knowledge, the foolish knowledge that they have, they think they know something. They don't know they're dumb as a rock. But because they took on Satan's system of education, And let me stop there. I got a lot of relatives and friends that have, and they'll never tell you. I just noticed it. They never tell you they have a photographic memory. The cousin I hung around the most, he has a photographic memory. But this is what I've learned over my lifetime. People with photographic memory, you can have a photographic memory. And my father used to always say, think. You can figure it out yourself. Think. Not everybody that has a photographic memory thinks. He used to get in all kind of trouble. All kind of trouble. But he graduated magna cum laude from college. Satan will take a person with a photographic memory and put them in front of television, which my father used to call the idiot box. They can remember everything, every jingle, every title, every verse in the jingle. They can remember everything. You put them in schools, they remember Satan's lies. They don't think about it. See, the thinking person, they're reading. Something's not making sense. You're reading history books, and it's not making sense. Why? Because it's a lie. The person with a photographic memory, they can remember every one of those lies because they don't think. Sarah, oh Sarah, listen to Shekinah, the voice of wisdom, for in her is the voice of light. O Abraham, listen to the voice of knowledge, for the mysteries are written there in the sky. Unveiled them. Unveil them, for the world has need of their light. O ye, who are now free from the bonds of darkness, the celestial ones, ye are the creation of Yahweh Vivhe Elohim. Ye are Adam, ye are Eve, born from the fire of the earth and from the breath of the sky. And ye know that even doth water falls upon the earth, so too doth fire burn. And the brightest fire shall gather more flames. Therefore be ye with the fire of divine light. Ye have seen the fire that is a line from within, a line from the central eternal fire, dwell eternally. And that one, maybe 2 or 3 videos ago, in reference to giving that some of that light back to Pistis Sophia. Now, let me read this again. Ye know that even as doth water falls upon earth, so doth fire burn. And the brightest fire, not the flickering fire, the brightest fire shall gather more flames. Therefore be ye one with the fire of divine light. Ye who have seen the fire that is a line from within, cutting your emotions off for what's coming, a light from the central eternal fire to dwell eternally. Quench not the inner flame. Quench not the Holy Spirit, but share it, that it may reform the earth and finish the creation. The creation is almost finished. We don't need no water. Let it burn. And this divine flame, it is that shall overcome all things and shall perfect all the things of the earth. But mankind cannot see the vision. Therefore, guard this wisdom. Let it not be mocked. For mankind is a fire burning in the night, and never is quenched, is the darkness of his heart. But if ye shall peek into the hearts of mankind, ye shall see that these are not free from the bondage of strife and the toils. For they understand not the fire, they being trapped in the shadow of night. Do I want to go on? See, I'm going to mark that as unread so I don't mix anything up anymore. I even forgot my music went off. All right. Shalom, brothers. Much love, much respect. Here in Zion.